Alrighty. Let's actually wait, I have to close the door. Alright. Transition and begin. Hello, testing, testing, YouTube. Okay, and 1 second. Testing, testing Twitch. Okay. Alrighty. Here we are. So we're back to animating this bat head essentially. Hey, we are bats, yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna do some simple animations for the bat today. How's everyone doing? This is the bat. We'll just show the before. Which part of the U.S. am I from? I am in the south. Good. Another day, another for a dollar. I'm which state? South Carolina. I guess I'm not from there. I'm from Pakistan. We you guys are both in London, right? Yeah, Grainfish and last Gogeta, I believe. I believe you both were somewhere in sorry in United Kingdom. Sorry, not London. Yeah, yeah, you both are. Yeah. So this is the bat beforehand, and now we're it's the same thing, but now we're going to like move the bat head, like sort of jaw up and down. and like sort of we're just gonna animate the head here. So yeah, we're just gonna animate the head here. Like, where's the jaw? Ooh, actually, where's the old like evil bat? Like when he's angry, he looks like this. So it's not great, but we're gonna like try to do something with this today. But how are you guys doing? What's going on with you over the weekend, the long weekend? Hope you're having a good Labor Day. I went to Atlanta for a little bit to go and what's the word? Just eat something. We had a bank holiday last week, right? Oh, in uh, Labor Day isn't a thing here, is it? Right? In right. Oh, okay, right. You guys, London. Forgot. I just asked and I forgot. London has has a different day, bank holiday. Um. Well, how was your regular weekend while I was gone? Your Friday through Sunday, I guess. Um. Evan, did uh something happen to your phone? But what else did I do? I think I was like, oh yeah. Our next holiday is Christmas. My regular weekend was good. Played some Hollow Knight. Not gonna be done in time for Silk Song. That's right. Silk Song's coming out in 3 days, September 4th. I never played Hollow Knight, um, so I wasn't as like excited for Silk Song. Always prepared. Always switching phones. Right, he has like, a hot swap system. It's like Doom. Anything for the right occasion. Yeah, I forgot to charge mine when I was mowing the lawn. Right. Okay. I So it's your alter ego or your regular ego, Evan. I may play a bit of Hollow Knight later today. Oh, you know what I did? Actually, on the car ride down to Atlanta, I wasn't driving, so I played Donkey Kong Bonanza a little bit more. I got to like the third level. It was very Evan, the FF17 protagonist. Yeah. Donkey Kong Bonanza was very what's the word? Very It's very fun. It's just like I could see why they wanted to make a whole game out of that particular mechanic because it's very fun to destroy things. You probably spent a lot of time on it. Um, I guess I still haven't gotten to the point where you what you don't see in trailers. So I think the next level will be like completely new. Hmm. I think this one will be very simple. I'm just gonna do like 3 or 4 heads animation. I think some Nintendo trailers show way too much, but I know they have their secrets in post game. Yeah, trying to think of one like the last time I I like had to be sold on a Nintendo game that I wanted. I guess actually Donkey Kong Bonanza might have been it because the original what's the word? The original one I wasn't too into the original trailer. But later on, I saw more footage and I was like, it's cool. So, especially that Nintendo Direct that just kept going, the 20-minute one where it's just all the features of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Speaking of which, I had to block a channel which was uploading Kirby and the Forgotten Land Starcross World post game content. Oh, like they were spoiling it, I guess, for you. Yeah, in the thumbnail. Right. I'm glad the algorithm hasn't spoiled you on Bonanza. Yeah, I haven't like it's weird because like usually Nintendo or like not no no somebody is listening, like Google or Discord or something. I don't know Siri, and I get like if I talk about something, I get it. I get stuff in my YouTube recommendations the next day, but who knows? I remember when I bought my old mic. It was like a JLab, the cheap one. And I went home and I immediately got ads for the same mic, which was weird. Like I guess they know my credit card stuff, but like it's weird. Like, why would you sell me on the same microphone in my Google ads? It's very strange. On marketing, MK World was gonna sell anyway, but it was very strange that they didn't know how to market that, but did for Air Riders and Bonanza. It just seems like I don't know. It just seems like I don't know, Nintendo's. It's hard to like pin down what Nintendo's thinking because they just kind of do their own thing all the time. I just think typically I think like well it depends on who's directing it. Like if the director wants to do something, or whoever's in charge wants to do something, then Nintendo will just do it. But I heard from one of the what are they called? There was an interview of one of the Metroid Prime people who made Metroid Prime back in the day, and he was talking about how Nintendo doesn't like tell the developers what to do. They come up with an idea and then they market that, and that's what he said. So I don't know. He didn't get into specifics, but I think that's what he said. The ads I get are for gambling anime conventions that like Google are listening. I hate gambling, but still. Yeah, I think like we might be similar in age, so they're targeting people in your age bracket or our age bracket because I also get gambling stuff. Very annoying for me. Okay, let's see. Um, what else happened this weekend? Oh, I could kind of feel like Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's the same Mario Odyssey people, but I don't think they have the same control over DK's movement as they did over Mario's because there's some jankiness to it. There's some jankiness to the animation, and there's some jankiness to just the feel of it. Um, I guess the plus side of gambling ads is that YouTube's AI thinks I'm older than 18. It could think I'm 13 or something based on other than this, yeah. And they're doing that like age verification, automatic age verification thing, I think. It would be crazy if it forced people like you who stream 15 hours a week to show your ID. I know, like you can just look at my face, man. Like I look sort of young, but not that young. It was my beard shaved at least. You look 21. Thank you. I am much older and way more tired. I'm 34. Uh, I have to like lose. I also lose some weight, so like I can look a lot like younger right now even. But mostly because I'm getting a little too fat, like down here. So I gotta like. Is 21 even allowed to drink? I think it depends on the state. In America, 21 I believe is the minimum, and everyone just every state has like a 21 age. I think they recently changed smoking to 21 from 18. think. Uh, yeah, I think this is good. Wow, a lot of things voting to be included were 16 or are becoming 16. Wow. Um, yeah, you were talking about that, and yeah, your voting was becoming 16. We were talking about that. Yeah, in America it's 18. It's the age of majority, I guess. We're probably among the lowest in English speaking countries, right? Honestly, well, who has the lowest drinking age like in Europe? Is it's Germany, right? Is it? Let me see. Lowest legal drinking age Europe. Germany 14 with parental supervision, certain drink wine and beer, and then 16 and then 18 for spirits. Gambling shops are culturally common here, and while I think 16 is discouraged, I know a lot of kids go to the bookies. Prob Russia. Let's see. So Germany has 14 with parental supervision. Luxembourg is 16 to drink beer and wine. Georgia 16 to purchase. Moldova 16. Denmark 16. So what? It's mostly 16 is the lowest, or 14 I guess is technically the lowest. Let me see Russia's. Now Russia is 18, and some may be 21. Oh, vodka is stronger, so it's 21. So I guess it is those Germans. Actually, do you guys travel a lot in and out of Europe? Actually, hold that thought. I'll be right back. Like in like 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Everything's fine there. Rarely have any reason. Oh, okay. Hey, what is your favorite movie? Hey, Golden Ratio. Welcome. Not really. Last time I traveled out of Europe was to visit my parents. That was a year ago. And rarely have any reason to leave London. Let it go. Let alone go to Europe proper. So no. Okay. My favorite movie. I mean, recent like there's the anime movie, End of Evangelion, but that's like the end of like a TV series. Like what else? Oh, the other one was Blade Runner recently. The original Blade Runner was like that's I love that movie. Very good movie. I should probably watch Evangelion Death and Rebirth next weekend, right? Death and Rebirth was okay. Hmm. Let's go like this. Yeah, more like this. Same here. Death and Rebirth is the next thing to watch after the show, I think. Then End of Ava, right? Death and Rebirth, I guess, is like the ending of the philosophy and stuff. It's a much more optimistic ending. But End of Evangelion, they come to the same philosophical conclusions, I guess. It's the ending is very different. Generally the same philosophical conclusion. I think I am missing some very important things. Go down through here and then like You mentioned you need to lose some weight. Do you have any sports or run, etc., on your off stream days, or still continue on your projects? I no, I just go exercise, like do some lift weights and stuff, and then hit the diet, which is the problem for me. Off topic question: how many languages do you know? I only know like one. I can understand Urdu, but that's about it. Like I can't even speak it because my accent is so bad. My vocabulary is so low. How many languages do you guys know? On my off, oh, also on my off stream days, I usually keep working on my projects. As the gym is kind of an everyday day thing, but recently I guess I again fallen off a little bit. Should be going back today or tomorrow. Let's do like a rough. Oh, let's do a rough little thing here. I know English, Urdu, Japanese, Hindi, and Bengali, and a bit of Spanish. Dang, like what's a word for a lot of language people? Poly something. Oh, polyglot. Oh, Evan knows a lot. I'm stuck with English, Japanese, and bits of German not speaking. Multilingual, yeah. There's also like polyglot, which I think means having a love for languages. That's it. That should be gone. And that should be next too. Polyglot is a great one, right? Let's see. Yeah. I'm just gonna move this tongue around here, like back in a little bit. Let's see. This goes over here. His mouth is more relaxed over here. So there's less of a like angry little thing. Um, right here there's like a big stretch, but here it's like way less of one. So, uh, and then we're gonna cycle the colors. So on the eyes, so we're going to. That's gonna be red, and the middle is gonna be orange, and the center is gonna be green. So as it's moving, it's gonna be animating the eye as well. Evan, do you import games? So like here, and then next one. Nope. Oh, you don't import. I also don't import. Last Gogeta has been trying to import Pill Me. Apparently, I'm missing. There's been like a lot of changes, uh, in the original versions of games. So you just so you just use Japanese for talking to people and reading news articles. How responsible of you. Take the important pill for creation. I might. Honestly, I want to see. I have to learn Japanese as well. Although I did have some Beyblades imported from Japan. Oh, some premium Beyblades. You don't need to. learn Japanese specifically to be import pilled. Sometimes UK and Australia has better versions of what you have. That's true. They just like randomly change things throughout regions and like lock in for like stuff. There's I remember there in Melee there's the PAL version and the NTSC version of the game and has like slightly different uh weights and stuff. There's like small changes at least, which is weird for some reason. Like I think it's because they challenged it. Or sorry, they balanced it, not challenged. Uh, Hearing wise, I don't think there's that much difference between Hindi and Urdu. Yeah, I think they're very similar, if not the same. I guess at this point they're just similar. I know that Luigi's Mansion on GameCube had the most complete version of the game, as it was the latest. All content in later 3DS and onwards. The last version of the game is usually the most patched and fixed. Right. The that we talked about the Shindo version of Mario 64 where the backwards long jump is removed. Um, that's involved in speed running, and that's used in the new version, the VC and stuff, Virtual Console and stuff. Oh, 1 second. Shindo version went to for melee. That isn't what people want to play, right? Shindo version went too far, right? Backwards long jump was pretty. Mm. Unfortunately, version select isn't as common as it should be. Just include the classic ROMs as part of the collection, Nintendo, right? They can just do that, like because they have all three of them. Just put them in the collection and let you choose. You can like switch games, in fact, if you don't want to like program a way to hot swap them out, like Ultra Street Fighter did, where there were some issues. Or I think Arcade Edition had the version select. Okay, now we're going to Evan. At Evan, I may have a problem since I got bored of the languages I'm learning are too similar. English and German are a little close, but Japanese, right? Yeah, totally different. Fundamentally different. The hiragana symbols are hard. Yeah, I've heard like there's like three alphabets in Japanese. I almost had a stroke when I first saw it. Right. Yeah, it's kind of worse than what you described, right? Let me check something. 1 second. Korean is the only thing that makes me cower in fear now. They have logic, but I'm not ready for it. Mm. I'd imagine after Japanese, you'd be very wary. Excuse me. Hmm. Right. So I'm just gonna have my cousins know Korean somehow, but I think they learned it because they're huge fans of BTS. Oh, right, that band. I know that because I see them dance in their MVs all the time. Oh, that's cute. I'm not into K-pop like that. I like some of the music, but like I'm pretty. I like to think I'm a normal fan. just I like it. There's like a whole culture around this stuff that I don't really know about. Um, you guys into K-pop? You guys into that like idol groups and stuff? Not into pop bands of any kind now, but I may check out some associated anime like Love Live at some point. Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Um, there was actually I don't know if there's any anymore, but there was quite a few of those idol group ones a little while ago. I guess they were all trying to be Love Live. Um, but yeah, I don't really. I guess I don't watch enough anime into it as much anymore. I have to make it even smaller. I'll make it like closed. I haven't actually seen any Korean media with voices that I've been that into. Maybe Squid Game, Parasite, etc. could get me in. I there's also what's it called? K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know if that's Korean though. Let me check if K-pop Demon Hunters is actually Korean. No, I think it's Sony. K-pop Demon Hunters is Sony. Never mind. That's not. It wasn't Korean, right? So yeah, Sony Pictures Animation distributed by Netflix. I think the one of the directors was Korean. I did like K-pop Demon Hunters. That was good. Uh, I also watched the live action version of Death Note. Don't remember if it was Japanese or Korean. I'm pretty sure that it was Japanese production with JP actors, unless there's another version of Death Note. There was an American version, I think. There was like an American version and a Japanese version. Um, um, right. Head. Or sorry. They changed up some stuff in the story of live action, but nothing too major. Okay. Oh, that's right. There's like it doesn't go every single time. I don't imagine I'll enjoy the live action of Death Note as more than a curiosity. It's light is still lighter Yagami. Like the Netflix US version has William Defoe's Ryuk, which is fantastic, but the rest seems mm. I didn't really watch these live action versions of anime. Oh, that's right. Okay, so this has to be there's a mess up with the loop. There we go. I haven't watched the US version. Might watch it if it's even close to the Japanese version, right? It doesn't look like it, obviously. It's but like I wasn't really even interested. So that's good. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. All right, that's good. Let me see. We are so bats. Very much bats, right? Oh god. Oh fuck. Wait, why didn't that? Why does that only show up once? Oh right, because I didn't put them everywhere. Fuck. Okay. There's different heads. I don't know how to fix this though. Luckily, I have layers, so okay. So I think once I do this, this will be the enemy I'm gonna use, and we'll all be good. Right, good enough. Why is it so slow? That shouldn't be happening. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. All right. Infernal creation's like an onion. He has layers, right? Bro, you should get married. Oh my god, you're 34. My god, please don't remind me. I do have layers. You got a million of them when you have to deal with all this stuff. But okay, that's that. So I'm gonna remove the colors. We're gonna save a new version. Us old folks here that yeah. My god. Okay. Hey, is that bad enemy inspired by the bats in Legend of Zelda? Yeah, they are golden ratio. They're actually inspired, like you know, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, keys for station. There's like when you kill the enemies, the bats in those games have one eye and they're like Cyclops. That's inspired by Batman, right? They're the eye that you get as an item. It's kind of where the idea started, and then there's like the Wind Waker bats, which are really cartoony looking, like that sort of thing. They're inspired by that. My first thought was Bokoblins, I think. Yeah, it does have that like Zelda look, um, but I like Zelda, so um, there's some issues here. Oop. Okay, and then the next one. Oh, hang on. Still not played Echoes of Wisdom. I feel like Zelda. How come you haven't played the Link game? That's right. Legend of Link. Yeah, I just like that. That was like at that point where like I was. Also, the 2D Zeldas I don't like them as much, but I started it, and if I don't finish it like in a marathon, like a 3-day marathon, I just don't go back to it. I think like that happened with DK. I played DK for like a couple minutes, and then I stopped playing. And the only reason I went back was because I was in a car ride for like hours. So maybe next time I'm in a car ride, I can play Echoes of Wisdom. Um, or I'm away from my the other stuff I can't do. I can just play it. Come on, we're here. Save. Couple issues here. What is this doing there? Yeah, that shouldn't be there. I gotta get back to Hollow Knight so I don't get the 3-day sprint curse. Yeah. Yeah, I have that. It's really hard for me. I have similar playing habits. I can easily start an arcade mode run, but as far as new games, tough to keep going beyond the initial sprint, right? Like beyond the initial excitement, especially. Like for me, like when the games start to like show, oh, this is what the game is. It's like okay, this is the loop of the game. I'm like okay, I see. It's not that bad. It's just that okay, now there's not enough to bring me back because it's very low attention span of me. But I think this is a little too big. What's going on here? That's still too big. Wait. Half of my Hollow Knight game time was on public transport, but still time well spent, right? When you have like nothing else to do. I guess that's the magic of mobile gaming and stuff. Um, Damn, I haven't seen Jinx since like 3 streams. Oh, right, Jinx. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the character, the lead character. Yeah, the people come in, come out. I wonder if Bonanza can keep that new game smell of sorts, and I worry for future generations if we can't focus. Right, but I mean, like, it's just because like I have, yeah, you and me probably have other stuff to do right now, nowadays. That's all it is. If younger people though, like they'll love video games. Okay. All right, so now I have that, and now I can move the stuff into the game. Um, but okay, let's see. It's been an hour and 30 minutes. I'm gonna take a break. Take like a. We're doing this for 4 hours, so like 3 hours left, or 3:30 or 2:30 left. So I'll just take a 20-minute break, and I will be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let's see you guys in not 2:20. What that's the time right now? 2:40. Let's go with 2:40. There we go. All right. Alright. Get this transition going. Okay. So now, here we are. Here's normal bat. Here's bat when he detects you. I'll put up like a GIF, I guess, for a video on this. About like what exactly this game does. You're not really gonna see much with the mouth flapping like that. But it's mostly like the eyes that will show that you've been detected. Okay, blah, 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 blah. And now we have debug. Alrighty. Alrighty. Did I never actually like? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, let's open up this guy. All right, let me see how this goes. So this is basically a very short, like proportion change. I think this is good. I'll have to do something with the wings. I might have to look at like how someone else does the some other animators do bee wings, but do you even know one person in your age group that gambles? Are we outliers in our age bracket? Yeah, it's weird to think about it like that. Yeah, but like yeah, I don't know anybody cuz like I'm not going to yeah, I don't know anybody who gambles really. Even though it's like apparently super popular. That's how Kick survives, right? Just off gambling stuff. Casino games are really big, but I don't know anyone personally is the thing. I guess like I'm still trying to think of like even one person I know, not just my friends. I don't know of a single person who does any gambling, um, or goes to Las Vegas or has ever even gambled. Yeah, I don't know anybody. But right now, I think they're like doing some marketing with streamers for gambling, and they're like their younger crowd. I guess maybe it's not us. Maybe it's the younger crowd. They're trying to get into gambling through streamers and stuff. So this character notoriously has like, or not notoriously for me, notoriously has doesn't have the ability to like, or like it's very different from its hitbox. I think the wings are completely outside the hitbox, so I'm gonna make this guy a little smaller. So I don't really need. Actually, I don't really need this. The other two. This is a very simple movement. Like I think actually, have you guys ever been to like Las Vegas or America? I guess you haven't been to some. You might not have been to a lot of places in Europe, but have you seen like um any places in America? Uh, like, have you been to Las Vegas and like tried gambling or anything? Or even been to Las Vegas? I've never been to Las Vegas, even for Evo. I haven't been there. It's too hot. Not interested. I need this guy idea. Oh no, I do need that. 1 second. Is there a Nintendo character that you would cosplay? I mean, I would like to cosplay Link. I mean, they tend to be simple characters. Like you can cosplay Ness pretty easily, right? Since all the Nintendo characters are fairly normal, aside from like Samus and I guess Olimar. I guess the wildest characters are like, yeah, okay, so the Metroid, Pikmin, and there's Arms, which is really nutty if you can pull that off. But like, Mario, Luigi, that would be fun too. Okay, now I don't need you. Never been to states at all, so never been to Vegas. Even Canada can be hot. I learned the hard way, right? I can't stand the heat anymore. I just do not like it. I've lived in the South for too long. Never been. You know what's weird? Isn't I think in Japan they don't even like they're really against gambling. I think I'd like to think so, but then there's like pachinko machines and stuff. I think like I might be getting this wrong, but I think I get like the reason they don't have um you know cash prizes for like tournaments is because they're so against like gambling and any type of like that sort of cash prize thing. So they play for like a bubblegum wrapper and a GameCube controller over there. Yeah, I saw someone at MCM Comic Con who just happened to be wearing a cap and a stripe shirt, just like Neth. He never heard of Earthbound, right? Yeah. Let me see. Like, let me see other Nintendo characters. I think any Pokemon character, like human Pokemon character, they're just wearing regular clothes. Uh, all right, the classic Smash Brothers. Okay, so like the Fire Emblem characters would be difficult. Captain Falcon would be kind of hard because you have to be like basically most of it is that he's a really muscular guy. Have you ever met any voice actors at conventions? Sorry if you've been asked this before. No, it's no big deal. I never met them. I have only like seen them in passing. I wanted to meet Grant Kirkhope at Southeast Game Exchange, but I never left my booth to ask him. I really should have. Um, I didn't bring my Banjo Kazooie, my copy of Banjo Kazooie for him to sign. Um, I think I saw Pro ZD just like walking through while I was walking somewhere else, but I never really interacted with him. So yeah, I did barely like. I'm trying to think if I ever saw or heard of like a voice actor I knew. I don't think so. Japan has some warped rules, which is against cash prizes, as it is still included as a game of chance. But I guess in specific gambling locations, everything goes. Yeah, I mean sometimes they have cash prizes. I mean, I'm pretty sure like I did remember some Smash events that did have cash prizes. Um, it's been years now, man. If I remember that conversation I had years ago. Cash prizes. Yeah, I guess like yeah, it's just based on their laws, so their laws can change or like be applied differently, however they feel like. We have weird rules where private bets are okay, fine. Most establishments and machines are 18 plus, fine. But betting on soccer and the lottery is the lottery 16 plus. Wow, that's surprising. Private bets are just, I mean, yeah, they can go out of hand, but I mean, if it's like all friends and stuff, it's fine. Um, Betting on football or soccer. Why specifically soccer? Is it just that popular? Oh, yeah, the horse races. I don't like. I don't think. I don't know. What are the rules on horse races here? Do people still bet on them? I guess they're gonna bet on them more because of that one game. Oh, people do bet on the horse races. I'll give him like a sword, scyther sort of situation. It has to be very big because this is the only thing that's gonna be moving, and you have to be able to see it. Back to the voice actors. A lot come to UK. The voice of current Shadow was here in February. The 4Kids voice of Sonic slash Shadow and Silver are coming in October. Oh, is it because like I remember Britain was like a big thing for sound, right? In like the Star Wars days. I think they recorded the sounds, a lot of the voices here, or like voices in Britain. But like they did something really, really big in Britain for Star Wars, and like he really built that up. But yeah, I've heard there's some issues with the Sonic voice direction. They changed Rouge's voice a lot. What do you think about it? You think there was like a you like the old direction, new direction, or new voices, anything like that? I don't even know actually if the voice actors changed. Actually, looks pretty good. It is double. It is twinning, but like that's good. Actually, not that might not be good because it will depend. Yeah, I guess actually that's good enough. Okay, so this should be pretty simple. We're going to do this. We're going to go back to the colors. Give me the colors, of which there are 3. So it should not be too... the hell? Yes. I don't remember... Ooh. I guess it's been a while since I've watched any Sonic TV shows. What is the newest one? I watched some of Shadow's bits, like clips, in in Sonic Boom, which is really funny. I guess the most I've seen of like the voice actors have actually been mostly stable in English since 2011, but the direction is kind of all over the place. I prefer older takes on Rouge, but Rouge barely shows up in later games, right? Um, Characterization aside, I'm more annoyed by what they did to Rosalina's voice in Mario Kart World. Have you heard? No, I didn't, because typically these the characters don't like talk much. But let's see. Rosalina voice lines. Mario Odyssey, Mario Kart World. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's just Peach. That's literally just Peach. That really just sounds like slightly pitched tone. Peach pitch tone downwards, or pitch downwards, I guess. The bee enemy reminded me of the bees from Donkey Kong Country, right? Um, yeah, the bee is like a classic 2D enemy, especially in the classic like uh Nintendo days, because of the a lot of these are based on nature, so they have that there's like a bee enemy everywhere. There's at least some forest level. Just talking about them as voice actors, I think the current cast are some of the most talented we've had, but that doesn't mean they have the best scripts or voices, right? Um, I mean, I think Sonic's voice is perfect, basically, especially for like someone who has to like talk in a lot of different registers, like different emotions. Was it Roger Craig Smith? Is he still Sonic? There might be a different one now. Mario Kart World Rosalina sounds more like Peach than Mario Kart World Peach. Right. That is weird. Yeah, it's so that's so weird that she's that they went with this. But like, actually, I'm not sure why. Rosalina is really popular as she is, right? I'd imagine. I think I don't know, like a lot of these enemies were like based on like the memory I've had of these characters. This is based on like one of the enemies from this B is based on one of the enemies from Sonic. But then I looked at the actual enemy from Sonic, and it looks nothing like this at all. It's a robot. First of all, it has nothing near the look of this. I don't think. Like even if I look at like Sonic One B enemy, Roger Craig Smith is still Sonic, but my favorite performances as the character in the Boom Show, not the games. His take in Frontiers is definitely a different direction. All of Frontiers is such a completely way more serious, especially with Amy. Like they have like a much more like I wouldn't say grim, but close to grim outtake on things. And it's literally like as far as I've seen in the in modern Sonic, it's like the most mature conversation Amy and Sonic have actually ever had in recent years. Like Frontiers is like I think like um in general the realistic look I didn't like. Um I still don't really like it, but I think it ended up working out for the best. But it does have definitely the stuff I don't like about any game. Open world and like brownish realism. Do you have like an enemy you remember from one of these old games? Like like a Mega Man enemy or like Donkey Kong Country enemy? Ghosts and Goblins, that's an enemy. I remember like the B enemy sort of. And I remember I guess it's gonna be like Nintendo games and stuff. So it's gonna be what's it called? Like I remember all like there's like Goombas, Koopas, Cheap Cheeps, that sort of thing. I think there wasn't one that like stuck out to me though nowadays. Uh, Sorry. I'm just cleaning all this up so I can take away the lines and I can actually get through here. One of the first that enemies I remember must have been in Tarzan on the PS1, but I need to play it again. That game took some DNA from Donkey Kong Country. You just reminded me. Oh my god, you reminded me of the Lion King game, another Disney game. Oh my god, I remember the monkeys, the hyenas, and Scar. God, I can't remember if we finished that game. It was just we remember the levels we played. A bunch of my favorite licensed games did. Harry Potter was a level was a. Oh, I remember playing one of the. No, I didn't play it. Watching my brother play the one of the Harry Potter games. I wasn't that into Harry Potter. Based on 3D Zelda, I remember some of that. Tarzan was Donkey Kong Country. Toy Story 2 was Mario 64. Budokai wasn't too much like anything else, but was made by uh some staff who made Art of Fighting. Oh, and they did make taunts lower enemy energy. That's fun. Toy Story 2. They're not. I don't know about that either. I thought Mario 64. I played a Toy Story game on the Game Boy. I still have it. But Game Boy Color. But, like, It wasn't great. It was like a 2D side scroller, and it was like kind of whatever. Oh wow, this is a 3D. Wait, did we play this? No, I don't think so. A lot of this looks familiar though. Um, Typically nowadays, if like I look for fighting games, I look for like the grand finals. I just type in grand finals and I get like some see some gameplay. No, this isn't the one I'm looking for. Hmm. I'm looking for like the oh, I had surprisingly good luck slash taste with licensed games till I didn't. Beyblade was on PS1, most DB games on PS1, and The Simpsons Wrestling. Didn't think it was that bad. Were awful. Hmm. Yeah, I remember the glut of licensed games when people were like the gold rush for video games. Um, what else? Uh, there's the Iron Man game. That was a more recent one. It was TMNT Smash Fighter, which I heard was kind of mediocre. I don't know if I've ever played a licensed game that wasn't like a sports game. I guess I don't know if those count as licensed, since they're like more like they have the logo. Never forget the Lord of the Rings 4, the Two Towers. Oh, hey, yeah, I remember that. Oh my god, I heard that was quite good, but was never into Lotor. No, oh my god, the we were in Pakistan and we went to a game store and we you could get like 5 Game Boy Advance games for like $2. But it was a bootleg game Horace and I got in Pakistan, right? Yeah, this is my sister. She we were we were getting it and we looked at the titles and this was like Spider-Man 3 before Spider-Man 3 came out, I think. And then there was Lord of the Rings 4, The Two Towers. And it was like these I don't know how to describe it. I think that both those games were made by the same people in the same sort of engine because it was the same game, but it was completely bootleg. It was completely fake. That was hilarious. Oh my god, I remember that. I missed that gold rush of licensed games. Now we'll have to be lucky to get a mobile gotcha with your favorite license as a temporary pull. Oh my god, that's right. It's gonna be a gotcha game. A Darkstalkers gotcha games coming. You're gonna have like 20 different Morgans. There's also something I heard about in Pakistan where like some of these games are when they're transported like through Afghanistan or near Afghanistan. And like some people take like just take some and bring them back home to their families just because no one notices. Like that amount of games running through a place. So like their kids get the game early. I missed that gold rush of yeah licensed games. I thought Lotor was a type of no, no. That was real. I might have it around here somewhere, but that was real. Um, that was really funny. Now the fake games are advertised on YouTube. That's right. Now they're just fake. Now they're just straight up fake games. Um, like they don't even care. The world has completely changed. Oh, there was the Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Heard that was pretty good. Spider-Man 2 was probably like the best licensed game, the original Spider-Man 2, based on the original movie. Mega Man, Bleach, Devil May Cry, Metabots. All of these have done the gotcha shuffle, right? It's just too popular. And a lot of time in Japan, these there are a lot mobile games are really popular there. So there's like tons of gotcha stuff that we just don't get. We don't even see it. Um, I think the Guilty Gear characters are in a lot of gotcha games, or also like pachinko machines for like Street Fighter, or even SNK, obviously, because they kind of sold their soul, right? Real bout. That's what I'm looking for. Grand finals, please. Thank you. Okay, I think we got here. Spider-Man 2 on PS2 and Hulk Ultimate Destruction on PS2 were really good. The Ultimate Destruction guys made Prototype. Oh, I don't know. They made Prototype. That makes sense, though. I remember some of Prototype. I think SNK still have a soul in there, but the optics are awful for them, right? They've been improving over time since like they quit video games and they came back and then they made a terrible looking video game, KOF 14. And they've been improving since then. Okay, now we're gonna get to the shade. We're gonna need to do some extra work on this character because this character's like a bug, so he's gonna be reflective. Um, I just want them like God, I want to like KOF 13 is so good. Like it's the best game looking game to date. Still, I wanted them to continue that. But I think the only reason I'm pretty sure they said the only reason they did it was because it was the last game they were making, and like they wanted to go all out because they were leaving the game industry to do pachinko machines. So think I think I should just bite the bullet and make it all just shaded. I don't know what I'm doing there with this half and half stuff. All right, and then there we go. That looks better. Okay, let's get this yellow going. Do. And see what good color goes with this. I don't want to be too desaturated because once you get desaturated, uh, yellow or orange can become brown. So like right here, that's a little too desaturated. There we go. I want them to continue KOF 13, but I'm satisfied if they make good games and keep leveling up from there. From what I can tell, the games are good. Yeah, the games themselves are good. Like 14 and 15 weren't like badly made games. They just look bad. As far as and the online is problem. As far as balanced modes and characters, right? But I think they really just like took out that they wanted to make a 3D game because they if they were coming back to the industry, um, they have to they have to learn 3D basically, and they've been improving. Like Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves is like the best looking 3D game that they made. Hmm. One video I think about often is the public execution of good fighting games. The tone was pointed and it was a response to Marvel Infinite, I think. But even more relevant today, Marvel Infinite was a sad sight. But even though I hate Marvel, I say it once, I'll say it again. I hate Marvel. I hate those that particular tag game. But Marvel Infinite was really sad. Let me see the public execution of fighting games. Back from Bikini Bottom. Hey, Grain Fish. Novril Takaki is probably one of my favorite FGC folks who isn't uploading or in tournaments all the time. He made that one. Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay. Hey, Green Fish. How was Bikini Bottom? Your phone works. Looks like we were talking about SNK and I guess dead games. Like we were talking about licensed games, and now we're on to like old fighting games again. Yeah, you know what I think it is? I haven't watched Novril Tataki's video, but I think like a lot of people don't like to admit that, especially a lot of like competitive people, don't like to admit that visuals is really really important to them. Um, Visuals, atmosphere, like polish, that sort of thing is very important to them because everyone's like, oh, gameplay is the only thing that matters. Gameplay trumps all that stuff. But I think like it's pretty clear like people really care about that stuff. Like character is also important. As an observer, I always so they like this hard. They say things like they want Marvel, but like Marvel Infinite was kind of ugly, and at that point, like they aren't interested. That sort of thing. The characters aren't there that I want. I'm not interested. Um, that's what I think. That's what they think the thing is, or at least something that is more common than people like to admit. As an observer, I always enjoyed Marvel Infinite more than Fighter Z, and I imagine that at a high level, I'd probably like Marvel Infinite more too. The social pressure can try to guilt trip you for liking a niche fighting game, even if it has positive qualities. Yeah, like welcome back to. Did you find another crab's treasure? Um, I guess that can be true for like a lot of like dead games, quote unquote, not dead games, but like the old fighting game. Like if you're still on like Xrd when Strive is out, um, they can get the guilt trip going or like start talking about boomers and stuff. And it goes the other way too, right? Right, like old game good, new game bad. It really exists, but it does go like everything new is good, everything old is old and busted. Why are you playing it? That sort of thing. Visuals matter sometimes. Yeah. I mean, for me, visuals is like it's very high up there. Like most of the time, it's gameplay, right? But like the thing is, for me, like the gameplay of these games is ends up being so broken and busted. Like the only thing that keeps me playing them is the the visuals. I probably wouldn't have gotten as far as I did in like anything if the game wasn't very well polished, had characters I liked, or had good atmosphere. Because like you were gonna deal with a lot of bullshit in these games. Like if it was in terms of gameplay, like I wouldn't play Smash straight up. Like if it was just gameplay, Smash is just like, especially the older games are so utterly busted. I wouldn't look at it like that. It's in such an obvious way. Like ice climbers themselves. Like what? Why? You know. And also, there's like a new game bad is a problem, but less common. Like, you think it's less? I think it's like a pretty normal. Like that's a normal thing that happens, right? Um, old game good, new game bad sort of thing. I think it happened briefly with Street Fighter Six. People were saying Street Fighter Five was the god game. A lot of people said that about Street Fighter Five, though. Street Fighter Five is garbage. Street Fighter Four is the god game, that sort of thing. Visuals and sound get me through the door, but people tend to be very selective about when visuals matters. Notable covers this. Okay, I still haven't watched the video. I have it up. But let me see. One second. He talks about how people weren't playing Xrd. Okay, because I don't remember that far back when like Xrd came out, and like I wasn't part of that Guilty Gear sort of thing. I wish people would be more nuanced about differences between games, but ultimately, most people played only one for dozens of hours, and many are sampling information from others. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's another thing. Like, you can only really like if you respect the game, you can only really play, the amount of time it takes to really like get to a good level with one is insane. So you got to be like nonstop playing. If you're good at like several games, you got to be playing a lot nonstop. I don't. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna watch a whole video before I say something. I already have something that kind of annoys me, but think of people who often criticize every Smash game before Ultimate, but basically only played Ultimate. I'm yeah. I mean, yeah. It's true that happens. I know. It's people do like do that old game like you're only gonna play the old games. Like, what, you're a boomer. Why are you playing these old games? They're garbage, objectively garbage, right? That sort of thing. That's true. Like, I mean, I play Brawl, literally the most like reviled Smash game, competitively. Uh, so see, the thing is, like, it's like we can take it like how do I say this? Like, this is this video is kind of generalizing a lot. Um, I'm sure there are people who say that like MVCI was ugly and therefore it was bad, and like, but like I don't think that was like most people. Hello, fellow woodland creatures. Yeah, hey Jinx. Just talking about a video. But like I'm more talking about like I don't think the gameplay is good enough uh for most people to like ignore um the fact that it's ugly, or ignore the fact that it's like uh unpolished. So I think like it's not a matter of like I only care about gameplay, or like I don't care about gameplay and I only care about visuals, and I'm only gonna play the most visually beautiful game like Exerd. It's just that like there's like spectrums here. Like, if I love the game, like even like me, Brawl's, obviously Brawl's visuals are dated. They're dated, and on top of that, the characters were literally the same characters were literally upresed um in the new games. But like the gameplay is so good and the art is good enough, right? It's still good art that I'm still playing it, right? But I think it's not like that Marvel Infinite was so ugly that there was no reason to play it. Like someone could have said that and really thought and really not like Marvel Infinite. A lot of people say like it's the best one, but a lot of people don't might literally not like it. I believe it sold like 2 million copies in the end. So it wasn't like no one was playing it, but like I think it's a little hard to tell what people are actually thinking. It might become like a public outcry that it's so ugly. Um, but the people who like play a game personally, I think people who play a game and the game is so good, the gameplay is so amazing that they don't care about anything else. They just want to play this game. This game is perfect. The gameplay is that good, and it's everything I've been looking for ever. I don't need another game. That's like a niche amount of people. That's typically how I look at these sort of things. Like actually, he talks about DOA as well. That's another thing. Like some people just like it's a like say Mortal Kombat. Like the ultra violence turns people off. It just turns people off. It doesn't matter how good the game is. It's part of their thing. The game has to be really good and it has to fit their like sensibilities. There's Mortal Kombat's too violent. I don't care how good the game is. Like, or it has to be way better now to justify that. Um, DOA is the same way. Like, can't handle fan service, then I'm not gonna play the game. Like, you have a high bar to clear now. So that's kind of how I view like the visuals matter or don't matter, gameplay matters or don't matter, it doesn't matter, that sort of thing. But on the internet, it kind of just becomes like you only get a snapshot of people's opinions by design. Some people don't want to write dissertations on why they don't like something or do like something. Like if you like, even if you tell me like something like VF Virtual Fighter he's talking about, like Virtual Fighter 5 is uh is so hyper technical, and I love hyper technical games, and it's the most technical one. It's like I just don't like 3D fighters. I don't care how technical it is. I'm still having to play a 3D fighter, that sort of thing. The first million was sold for Marvel Infinite by the time that Fighter Z was out. The second was sold over time with a decent amount after Max. Oh, really? Oh, so I was looking at lifetime sales. All right. So really only sold like a million, you're saying. And then Fighter Z came out and kind of blew it out of the water, I guess. I don't think it sold well given the expectations and how the DLC was unfinished. It just had a surprisingly decent selling tail. Oh, I mean like it undersold. I think definitely. I think it pretty much killed the franchise for a while. There's no denying that. But I'm saying that it's not like people didn't play it, right? Um, so it like they might have said like the thing around the game, the social media circus around the game might have been like, oh, it's so ugly. But I think people actually played the game and had other problems. Like because even a million sales is quite a bit. It's just like also there's another thing like people who don't play the game can get in on this conversation, talk about the visuals, right? People like talking shit all the time, so um that's another way to look at it. You can really fake whether you play the game or not if we're just talking about visuals. Arguably, Fighter Z as well as others deflated the hype train for Marvel Infinite before it came out. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, it absolutely, yeah. Um, Especially like the Fighter Z kind of exploded in the community, right? It was like the return to form that people were looking for. I guess that's why Marvel Tokon is being made by Arxis now, because they were so successful with that. It had a really bad demo, yeah, that too. It just didn't have like the presentation like out off the bat. It was also like different, right? They also changed a few things. First, like there's one less character, and now you have to use like an Infinity Stone. Not that it's bad. It's just it is very different. Marvel Infinite. So you're like you have like a bunch of barriers to entry now, even for Marvel fans. You have less characters. It's not presented as well. The gameplay is different. Every fighting game's gameplay is a bit different, and then it's very different now that you have one less character and you have to learn this Infinity Stone. You know. You get to here and here, and I think that's fine. That's actually let me finish this video. I don't want to like. It seems subtle, but 3v3 versus seems like the norm, and 2v2 with stones seems lame. Tokon is going for 4v4, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. I think like I think they looked at like okay, adding less characters people didn't like, so we're just gonna add more characters. But they're also Tokon seems really different, like really, really, really different than Marvel and even like Dragon Ball Fighters to some extent. Like the characters are slow, the mechanics are completely different. You have a super dash sort of sometimes. I think you need like meter, but there's like meter, and then there's assist meter, and then there's your health meter. You have one health bar. That's very very different. I think Capcom will never release a fighting game demo that bad again. I hope not. It made the people who liked it as they played a versus mode build seem like shills. Oh my god. Okay, that's that. Yeah, shills. Like people calling other people shills on the internet is like it's gone a bit too far, you know. Especially for like wildly popular games. Like if you're a shill, you're shilling like a terrible garbage casino game, right? I think Overwatch recently, the part that like because I was following Overwatch for a while, there's a lot of people calling other people shills in that community. Right. I know it's a the video's fine. Um, I know he's like just trying to illustrate something, but saying like visuals, like the entire visual look of a game, is a small reason or a reason that doesn't matter is kind of presumptuous a little bit. Like everyone has their reasons for wanting to play a fighting game. There's no objective reason. There's no objective reason like what makes a good game either. And there's nothing like that we all can agree on that makes these games good. Like me personally, like it's gotten to a point where like fighting games they shit the bed too much at like they don't care enough about like balance. They allow too many infinites. They're designed to have high tier characters that are just better than others. A lot of games have like five good characters, and we're all fine with it. Um, like I silly reason is like subjective for me. Like that's where I disagree with him on this video. Because I've gotten that. Like I've gotten people like if you care about balance a lot, you're like, or if you think a game is good, quote unquote, because the balance is good, a lot of some people like dismiss it because like no fighting game like Street Fighter 3 isn't balanced. Guilty Gear isn't balanced. That sort of thing. Basically, if you care about balance, like a lot of these legendary games aren't good at all, or care too much. Sorry, if it's your number one thing. But yeah, it was fine. Like I understand his idea. You shouldn't be like pushed into peer pressure, but like it's not a silly reason. I don't know. What do you think? What did you think about about that video? I guess the like I watched it, but like what do you particularly think about? Excuse me. Public execution of fighting games. That topic. I think the tone leaves something to be desired, but I think it is going in the right direction. Most of his videos are on game designer tutorials, right? I'll watch them. I'll subscribe to them right here. I'm always good for like deep dives into video game design, especially fighting game design. But I can sort of understand like this idea that like everyone says, "Oh, gameplay is the best. Gameplay is the most important. Gameplay is king," you know, and then everyone like kind of drops Marvel Infinite seemingly because it looks bad, that sort of thing. He is a true lover of fighting games. Yeah, yeah, I get that. Um, okay, so where was I with this? See, who are your favorite fighting game YouTubers? Let me see. What do I have? Probably have subscribed to them. I'm gonna look for the subscriptions. Um, I'm really on like a Raphael's because of the Bad Balance series was so good, but I don't really watch a lot of his videos. Software Neos has really put a lot of work into the platform fighter stuff, so I appreciate that. I'm like, what? I'm blanking now. Like I'm blanking, even though I watch these videos over and over. Those are my liked videos. So I'm looking for like. Wait, let me just look at fighting guys. I can't pretend that I don't have my personal pet peeves or that I want everyone to think the same way as me, but it made me observe how discourse flows and the DOA part sticks out right. Yeah. I didn't realize I'm a minute behind. Oh, really? It's a minute now? Okay, I have to update it. Like the YouTube is a minute delayed now. My God, that's insane. Right? Yeah, people really like. Yeah, they won't even. They like to really say a game is shit. Because of stuff like that. But it's kind of like this. The same with Mortal Kombat. They'll dismiss a game. Sorry, they'll dismiss a game because of if it has like sex and violence. That's just a thing with people. Is a you like it or you don't, or you accept it or you don't. I don't know why, but it's just what I've seen. Ah, let's see. Oh, the Guile win quotes. He's good. Adventure is also pretty good. And Maximilian Dude is pretty good too. Um, I don't even play DOA or MK, but still, yeah. I mean, I got the DOA. I mean, MK like nowadays is MK is so famous for like fighting censorship or dealing with censorship. It's really like people typically don't say too much about it. They just don't play it. But DOA gets a lot of flack, like a lot of flack often. Oh, Masahiro Sakurai's actual channel. That would be it. Probably one of the best ones. Matte Muscle is also really good, but typically not into the older games. Yeah. A surprisingly small percentage of channels I'm sub to do fighting game content. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually sub to anybody who does fighting game content. I just know them, so I go back. I'm gonna make it much shorter. Oh no. Let me see. Trying to figure out like what I'm gonna do with these wings. Okay. Okay, I think that's getting better. Oh, and also it has to flip this. Oh no. I think, or should I? Does it matter? Hmm. I might not be able to. Everything should be facing right, and then in game they should be like flipped. Actually, I guess I can just do it. It's not gonna like kill me. I can just like go into these. I'll just save all this. Sorry. Hang on. I'm gonna take another break. 1 second. We have like very little time left, so I'm gonna go until like 4. Do this until 4:30. I have to make a quick trip. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to see someone off. All right, Cami player, go low, hold back to block, moldy bagel, my smash corner, or 85. Low key, I'm gonna actually copy all this so I can actually save it. I'm gonna do a chat replay on though. All right, there we go. Why do I remember? Why do to clarify with the Ryan 85? He's a big FF610 fan, but did a compelling video on Urgai's God Bless the Ring, which I wish I could make for any fighting game. Most of his appeal is probably for the people unsatisfied with Final Fantasy VII Remake, Trilogy, and modern Square Enix, but it was nice to seeing him cover something else with the usual flair. Most of the other guys are really good, but clearly fit in the boxes. Tutorials, listicles, highly edited video essays, right? Rubbish. Sea Leaf Dojo, Zero Annihilated. I don't know, like a lot of these people. Hold back to block, I know. Golo, I know. Don't know Cami player. Heard of it. I thought this isn't punk, is it? Oh wait, Cami player, one word. There. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I didn't. I was hoping to name a few you hadn't heard of. Yeah, well, you did. You succeeded. Cami, some players in Funk. Yeah, okay. Did I watch this person's video? I might have watched some one of these people's videos. Um, Orion 85. Let's see. Come on. Q Manchu, I think I watched something of his active. Yeah, okay, I watched a couple of things of Q Manchu as well. Um, whoever made I think we talked about it before. Whoever made the Raven Bad Balance video or Balance History video. Man, I'm surprised. It's like, okay. Oh, or okay, I remember our guys. Okay, the like a Cammy Player had some hits some years ago, but hasn't stopped tempting. Though it is hard to gain traction on YouTube. Yeah, Brian F. I remember. I sometimes watch it, but there was like one video where he was talking about how hard it was, like what he's learned from streaming or like doing FGC content for so long. I'm pretty sure it was Brian F. And he was like talking about how FGC players are older, or like the people who watch FGC his FGC content are older, so it's hard to get them parasocial like it is to get younger people. So it's hard to get that kind of traction. And I think Maximilian was talking about how Maximilian dude was talking about how like he's like the biggest content creator and he has like a million, and it took him like years. but it was because like he wasn't really going for the algorithm, or maybe couldn't, and it was like most people who watch his videos are returning viewers, so he's not like looking for the new viewers. Like my videos and the techniques in my shorts, like they're designed so new viewers come in. Like that's what we've decided to focus on for growth. But yeah, it seems like Can Play's most popular video is mostly from 8 years ago, but he keeps grinding. Yep. Where is he from? 10,000 subscribers, right? Yeah, it's really hard to get places with fighting game stuff. I see his most popular thing. I must have seen it. Okay, I remember Abigail and big characters. That's for sure. ABI tutorials. Or Sucker Punch design. I can't remember. Um, these are pretty good. Pretty good videos. So we only have about 20 minutes left. So I think I'm gonna just get these wings going. ABI is great, but if we're into Sam's show, know about MK animation and that, like, it was obviously no, yeah. Yeah. I think like sometimes he doesn't go. Obviously, I have more like opinions on art than anything else, so like I disagree with him more. But like the videos are good enough. Like I think the he did a Guilty Gear video about Guilty Gear UI is fine or something, defending it, and I was like, and nah, I'm not with you. That's was it about Strive's massive counter, etc. in his video? Just in general, that it's like in general the tone of being like I don't believe in like objectivity in art, right? Like that's something I've that's really like annoyed me, like because online like you can't be so pointed and direct and insulting if you're not all if you don't also believe that there's like objectivity to this stuff, because then you're just an asshole. Right? If you're just like heavily insulting someone based on like a very subjective opinion, like whether you like this or that thing, um like you like you play Nintendo, you should play PlayStation, you're baby, like that sort of thing. Like say, well, what are you doing? So like the thing about his video, it's like there's like there's a reason for this, therefore it's like it's fine. It's like no one has to do that. Like just like the tone was a little too much for that. So like it's like individual points I don't really care about. It's just that general like pervasive. I don't say condescension because that's too insulting. It's just like that general like attitude I didn't like. And it happens in a lot of videos, not just like that ABI's videos. It happens in because I look up a lot of art videos. It's everywhere like that. It might be like a weird thing to think about. Some of these creators seem to respond with an attitude in part for performance, but also as they know the kind of response they're getting in advance. Right? Yeah. Also they get a lot of like they talk about this on Twitter as well, and you once you say something on Twitter, you're gonna get the worst people coming to you, no matter what, and like that's gonna make anyone very angry. Um, Egoraptor sequelitis for all Ocarina of Time is probably the first victim of this. It could have been a fantastic video if he balanced it better, right? Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that video either. But yeah, he was very much like constantly going like this is how things are and how they should be and what the mistake here was, that sort of thing. I yeah. Yeah, he was especially from like the older internet where it's definitely like they don't care. They're gonna talk the rant internet. That is definitely where that's from, right? One guy who is a bit off the rails made a compelling video on Sonic 3 scoring, but he messed up the tone and only got worse from there. Yeah. It can like that's the thing about like if you're trying to convince people, at the very least, at the bottom line is you're trying to convince people you're right. Like being super pointed at about things, like people are gonna get defensive and gonna find anything they can, right? To try to say like to try to belittle your point, even if it's like valid or right, whatever it is. Now we have like these smear frames we can use. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can just shape them to how I feel like now. Alex Yard Adventures video on Sonic 3 could be amazing if 10% was chopped off. I would, I think Alex Yard stopped caring about convincing people a while ago. He seems to be picking fights or doesn't understand what he's doing. So I'll look up his videos. Like, whole but yeah, that happens. Just picking fights might be like more better for the algorithm too. I only recommend watching the Sonic 3 video and his pre-Undertale videos on the main channel. I think he lost most of his audience with the change in direction actually. Some channels grow with a focus on cynicism. His is not one of those channels. He did music theory. Oh, did I ever actually watch this? That's interesting. No, I don't think I ever heard of him. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. I didn't watch this. I think I might have seen a thumbnail though. These thumbnails look really familiar. Let me see one of the most popular videos. Oh wow, there is a change in. Yeah, there was definitely like a change in direction. I think, at least from these thumbnails alone. Now he's kind of like a broken clock. I can see like he talks about music theory throughout this. Oh, this is like all the Sonic 3 stuff. I think he is one of the causes of the hydrocity argument. What's the hydrocity argument? Oh, oh, hydrocity or hydrocity. Okay, you just did the. All right, I see. What's that? That's pretty clever. It's pretty good. How do you say hydrocity? Hydrocity or hydrocity? He was very particular. Most people, Sonic fans included, don't care, right? Yeah, yeah. I thought you were talking about like a YouTuber named Hydrocity. That's a pretty cool name. I'm guessing you don't care either, right? Are you very particular? Actually, I should put that down too. It was kind of like I remember Goichi. I called him Go One because I didn't know like his what his actual name was. That was Goichi. No, actually, I knew his name, but I never actually like had to looked at how he wrote it. So I would call him Go One. Like, who's Go One? It's Goichi. I couldn't care less. I think people are more passionate in general about Tigrex, especially since Monster Hunter World introduced voice acting to make it definitive. Or I mean, it was Tigrex. Oh, right. There he is. Strangely, I think China changed how they pronounce Pikachu in the last 5 years. That was weird. Oh, okay. Add some like flourishes here. This has to go both ways. No, I guess not. I do have to add that third one or second one. I don't like that. That's much better. So, that is kind of like, it's weird. Like, it's not that the things that I've only found like people didn't say things like I thought. Not so much that they changed. Like Deku, we always called it a Deku tree, but it's a Deku apparently. And we call it Hylians. Some people call it Hylians. But I'm pretty sure the voice acting calls it Hylians now. It was a change from Mandarin to Cantonese for Pikachu. I don't know how much it changes, but the most recognizable Pokemon getting a change is notable. Okay, so it was like okay, there's a bit of a different language. So let's see. Seeing Pikachu's like Japanese voice actor say it just like in her like with a regular face, it's crazy. Did you realize how bizarre like Pikachu's voice is? My rule of thumb is to follow the Japanese pronunciation unless is nonsense. Deku, yeah. Also, unless it's like English. Oh yeah, also that Hyrule, but just said Leon, which makes sense. Yeah, yeah. No, but people have those. Also, low rule. That was another one. That's like a pun. Hyrule, low rule. They need to be bigger. These are too small. Following Japanese pronunciations too much can lead you to strange places like Simon's being pronounced Shimon and Gurren Lagann. That's the English dub, I believe. Yeah, or I may have forgotten. Right. Yeah, they have like I'm trying to think of like some that are also kind of weird, but it's gonna be like some older ones. Uh, I'm not sure they do it that much these days. Actually, they might do it more these days because there's like translation controversies and localization stuff and a lot of opinions going around. It's not following the arc, you see. Like the arc isn't there. That's the problem. Oh, Spy with 3. I have to go. They have always been making changes, but it's much harder for you to not to know if you're on the internet, right? Yeah. Not now you everyone knows every single thing, and on top of that, like they'll tell you exactly what the Japanese was supposed to be saying and like what's the word? What the puns are and everything. A lot of Dragon Ball changes are not going anywhere. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the Dragon Ball like it's cemented internationally at this point, you know. Like it's hard to change anything with that. Oh yeah, also I was gonna say like the Dragon Ball voice actress is like 80. Like Goku's voice actress is 81 or something. He's really old. Still doing that voice. Yeah, okay. I gotta I do gotta head out. I will see. Thanks for coming. Thanks for talking and bringing up like different topics, by the way. Like I gotta get like a list of topics to bring up when there's dead air on my part. But yeah, thanks for coming, and I will wait for a bit, then I'll head out. See you on Wednesday, probably. Okay, yeah, I'll see you there. We'll be what was it? The platform fighter I think we're working on. Thanks for coming. Thanks for asking me all these questions. Thanks for like engaging all the time on my and commenting on my stuff too. I will see you Wednesday.